Hello, and welcome back to the nightmare. Welcome back to the wastelands, where everyone's a little mad and crazy is thinking you can write a book and not be slightly insane. Hi Shady, how are you doing? Today we are going to continue our path into the nightmare difficulty of Alan Wake, which is the hardest difficulty. Now, I am going to be completely transparent. It's not as difficult as I thought it would be. That being said, it is slightly more difficult when they come in numbers. But other than that, it's not that much harder. Anyway, um, so I was going to play Wednesday, but things have. Excuse me? Oh. There we go. So I was going to play Wednesday, but due to things that happened, I didn't get around to actually doing much. Well, yeah, Wednesday I started up there, got some stuff, and then jumped down here where I got a checkpoint. Now, there's also stuff to collect up here. Also, Shady, just to keep you up to date, I think the two manuscripts that are missing in this chapter are the Nightmare one, which I believe I get on the way to Barry's house, and then the last page from chapter 2. Ugh, I got acid reflux. The one thing I don't understand is why can I tip this plane? I guess not. I thought it was to get up there, but maybe not. Anyway, I don't think there's anything else around here. Also, I believe that the last page that I'm missing should be at the entrance of the nightmare page and the very last one of the chapter 2 listing. I think it's called Wake's Despair, but I might be mistaken by the name. It's the one underneath Wake feels the dark presence. It's the one underneath that. That came up late. Anyway, just something on Discord's end. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, those are the two that I need. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the Wake's Despair is at the entrance of the forest in a dead-end tunnel. And the other one is going up to where Barry was. I've been worrying about the pages so much, I think I remembered those two. So nothing here, huh? Trail leading back to the hilltop cabin. After the phone with Benmo. Phone call from Benmo. Yep. I think when you sent me from your walkthrough, it mentions going up to where Mary was. Leading back to the hilltop cabin, so that is probably there. I'm gonna need to pay attention to that one. Slowly running out of ammo. Nope, nope, can't stay here. So I hope none of them actually are in parts where enemies keep spawning, because there are some sections in this game where the enemies keep spawning. By the way, Shady, whoa, whoa, whoa. Jesus, that was close. Can you also post that last page I'm missing, just to have it up there? Inside a blocked tunnel located near the entrance of the Elderwood National Park. Okay, so it was something like that. I just wanted to make sure that I had them up. Thank you very much. I do appreciate you helping me out with this. Okay, good to know. Already have that one. Jumping puzzle. Not really a difficult puzzle though. Phew. More flares. Oh, cause you know, I do have a flair for the dramatic. A shame it's not radiant enough to banish the shadows. Hew, hew, hew. God, that was awful. Even for me, that was awful. What am I doing here? Oh, right, I have to climb this. Okay. Nope. I had to try. Also, I do have a defense for shooting a raven. Ravens or crows, whatever they are harbingers of darkness in here, and in flocks they do attack me. The only way to actually stop the flock, however... Excuse me, I'm talking. Can you dilapidate after I leave? Anyway, the only way you can actually stop a flock of crows is by shining a light on them, which is also an achievement I still need to get. The darkness wears her face. The darkness wears her face. But you are wearing my bullets, my friend. Anyway. Ooh, hunting rifle. Actually, I'm curious about something. Let me just double check. Army. Every nook and cranny. I'm checking to see if there's any achievement for gun use. Yeah, no, for specific guns, so I'm good on that for now. Don't have a lot of those bullets, so might not be a bad idea to use my hunting rifle for a little bit. Anyway, oh, there is a page there. Although I think I already have that one. I better make sure. We better make sure. Yep, already had that one. So, alright, so I gotta keep watch for a blocked tunnel near the entrance. Oh, I think that was some solid gunplay. I don't want to fall, so I'm not gonna take too many risks. Just gonna make sure I find that blocked tunnel. Because there's so many diverging paths, it's easy to miss something like that. I guess that's the entrance? Campgrounds? Yes. So we're gonna do double checking around here. Also, this game does have some texture issues. As you can see. Okay, so assuming it's not here, because I don't really see a blocked off tunnel here. Let's try and move a little forward. Oh boy. There we go. Whew, another boss fought. Okay, so if the campgrounds are there... I hope I didn't end up missing it. Because there's a lot of exploration options in this game. See, like I said, it's easy to miss something. Especially since, you know, it's my second time playing and the first time I also didn't find everything. Near the entrance.
Barry? Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got all Hitchcock on me. Stay out of sight. I'm on my way. Don't open the door. What, am I crazy? Stay hidden. I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on.
So I am near the entrance.
I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods.
So it's... Did I go? I think I went past that
I
tunnel
had to get the code
somehow.
from the locked garage. It would get me back to Barry faster, and the headlights were a welcome bonus. I had to find the key to the garage.
Hmm.
I needed the garage key to get to the car. A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
Give me a moment to let me look up something. Hmm. Okay, let me see if I can. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so that's after I get the car. Billboard, bridge. Truck with logs. That tunnel. Okay. Hmm. Now I do have a achievement for cars. So let me just double check that real quick. Drive over 15 taken. Let me quickly check the controls. Careful. Okay. Time for a little road rage. no, Teets. I'm being anything but woke. It's time for some road rage. And I got the achievement. Whee! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Excuse me? Whoa. Ow. I'm not gonna have a lot of time to grab that page, I think. But at least I got the achievement. Grab that. Oh. Okay, let me just double check something. Okay, so this should be fairly obvious. So right now I just need to keep driving. Let me also pull up so I can see chat. Yeah, so that's the block tunnel. Okay, just needed to make sure. So somewhere along this path, there should be the nightmare page. After I have the nightmare page, I can go over the different chapters. So that leads up here. This I already have. Yep. Someone's playing Helldivers. Oh, wait. Ammo. Ammo. Ammo.
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing.
Well, it's not silver.
It was the kidnapper. You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need... a week.
Not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. Not, well, get me.
There's
Yes,
the nightmare
yes, I
page.
get you.
That's a lot of birds. Now, I should have all manuscripts for chapter 2. I do, so let's have a listen to them.
It's true what they say about the fall and the sudden stop at the end. I'd lain here in the snow while the lurid change scenes that had led me here kept playing in my head. A rerun of my own private snuff movie. A memory of my corpse. Alone at my own wake. Thinking in metaphors again. The femme fatale was gone. Only a sour taste remained of the kiss that killed me.
So the sudden stop are books that he wrote previously, that Alan Wake wrote previously.
This was a late goodbye. 13 years after I'd gotten my revenge. It had finally caught up with me. It had been a long time to bear the pain. My blood painted the snow red. A gruesome slushy dissolved all the scattered painkillers and leisurely dripped down to the sewer, mingling with the bile of the city, becoming one with it. I can see them now. My wife and my baby. Honey, I'm home.
Okay.
In spite of its human mask, it described the dark presence as intelligent, would have implied human qualities on something decidedly inhuman. Nonetheless, it found the one spot in the diner that was dark enough. Some light spilled into the corridor, ravaging it. But it took the pain, horrible as it was, The writer would soon fix that. He would be coming to the one place where it still had power. The kidnapper fired his gun one last time, and the shadow vanished into the darkness it had come from. See? Nothing to it, Wake. The thought of Alice in his hands was revolting. We stood on the wooden platform of Lover's Peak, the waterfall in the mountain behind us, the lights of the radio mast blinking red in the heights above. I fought with the urge to take a swing, force myself to speak. Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife? Alice looked through the viewfinder, lining up the shot. Cauldron Lake was breathtaking. Something caught her eye. A figure standing in the shadows behind the cabin, like a thin woman in a black dress. She lowered the camera and looked again. No one there. Just a collection of bushes that looked vaguely human-shaped. She shook her head and laughed.
Oh, if only she knew.
Barry had never gotten along with Alice, but he knew Alan loved her with an almost frightening intensity. And now something had happened to Alice. And here was Al armed with a gun and saying things people got put in padded cells for. It was as if his friend had experienced a massive psychotic episode and was now totally disconnected from reality. It scared the shit out of Barry.
Well, I will say one improvement from the Dragon Age series is that I don't have to read all of these myself. They are actually being read to me, which is a welcome change, I will say.
The air in the visitor center was heavy with an awful smell, as if some rotten drowned thing had crawled up from its grave. Rusty kept coughing blood. My eyes were drawn to the twisted shape of his broken leg. The attack had been vicious. Max whined in his cage. Rusty's eyes were wild with fear and terror. He gasped. Mr. Wake, it happened just the way it was on that page. The visitor center was stirring, but the impact turned the front of the building into splinters. Rusty was thrown across the lobby like a rag doll and hit the far wall hard. It didn't hurt until he tried to move and saw his leg bend the wrong way, felt the broken ribs stabbing him on the inside. Rusty howled in pain and fear, suddenly afraid to die alone.
Okay. Poor Rusty, though.
At the last instant, I changed direction and threw myself down. The axe splintered the trunk of a tree. I stumbled into the pool of bright light. My lungs burned. I was too exhausted to move. I tensed as I waited for the killing blow, but it never came. I raised my head. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond. For the moment, bathed in the cold light, I was safe.
Rusty's final thoughts.
In that last instant of consciousness, Rusty thought about Rose. He was older than she was. Rose was barely out of her teens, but she made him feel young and forget what a train wreck his long-dead marriage had been. He still wore the ring. He'd been waiting for her to tell him to take it off. Now she never would.
Aww.
I turned the corner, afraid of what the flashlight's beam might reveal. Suddenly, a roughly painted symbol of a torch glowed in the light. Behind it, hidden by a rock, sat a battered metal trunk. It was here for a reason. Packed with supplies, batteries, flares, ammo. Things you need to make it through the darkness of the night. Something left behind by someone who knew what I knew, and more.
Nightingale's arrival.
Didn't want to be in Bright Falls. These little communities revolted him, and he didn't like the trees or the coffee. He now knew that impossible horrors lurked behind the storefronts and smiles. He desperately wanted to turn the car around and just drive until he passed out or ran out of road and booze. But he had a job to do. He had a rider to catch, at any cost.
That is a dangerous combo. We're going to meet Nightingale soon.
Alice had tried to explain to me how it felt to be afraid of the dark. To her, darkness wasn't simply the absence of light, but something more tangible than that. It was something you could touch and feel. Worse than that, it was something with a mind of its own, something malicious and malign. For her, things changed when they were wrapped in darkness. They turned into something else, something foreign, and nothing was safe or innocent anymore. I'd never really understood what she meant, until now.
Now it's a little late, isn't it?
The night had been one desperate situation after another. I was exhausted, and my body felt as though it had been chewed up and spat out. The flashlight was heavy in my hand, and each pull of the trigger sent a painful shock up my arm. But I was finally out of the woods, and things were looking up. That's when I heard the chainsaw.
Mind you, some of the impact is lost because, like I said, I played this game before, and some of these pages you got before the events. This is one of those. You actually got that page before you fought the chainsaw guy, which made it that much more impactful because it was like, fuck, I'm about to fight that.
When Barry saw the darkness attack the visitor center, it made him a believer. The men Al said he'd shot, they hadn't been just locals on crank. Somehow the world had changed, like the channel had been switched with a warning. You think you're watching a sitcom, and you're really watching a horror show. When the birds started attacking the cabin, Barry wasn't surprised, just terrified.
Nightingale fires at
The
Wake.
FBI agent's command froze me in place. I considered surrender. It was all falling apart anyway. I could give in, let someone else deal with it. But it felt all wrong. Cold instinct, his posture, the way he held the gun. He was no friend. Shots ringing in my ears, I leaped for the hole in the fence and stumbled into the darkness beyond.
Oh boy, that is probably how the next night starts. Wake at the dark presence mercy.
The presence had touched the girl to lure the rider into a trap. Now it was night, and he lay helpless, drugged, lit only by the flickering of the TV screen filled with static. Shadows coalesced in the room as the dark presence leaned close to the rider, ready to touch him again. Back to work, boy.
Rose and
knew
Rusty.
that Rusty was in love with her, and she liked him too. She liked him a lot. He taught her to dance, and life had certainly taught her the value of a man who was gentle. He treated her well, made her smile, made her feel good. But Rusty wasn't the prince of her dreams, and that tended to underline the unbearable truth. She was no closer to that Hollywood magic than he was.
Aww. Barry meets Rose.
Nightfall seemed to know where Al was, but Rose, the waitress at the diner, had seen him. From what Barry could tell, Al pretty much fell off the face of the earth when he left the diner. Rose was just the kind of fan that Al hated, but she really tried to help. She was smart too, knew a lot about what was going on in the town, knew a lot about Al, even knew who Barry was. Barry liked her. That was no big surprise. When it came to women, Barry and Al rarely saw eye to eye.
Sounds like Barry and Alan have had a bit of history. Maybe he's more than just his agent. Maybe they're actually friends. Could very well be. Sarah thinks about
Sarah
Wake.
didn't care about the legal threats Wake's agent had made. She let Wake go without argument, because there was something about him she couldn't quite put her finger on, something that reminded her of her father. She didn't think Wake would hurt his wife. Then she thought about the way he waded into Hartman, that hair-trigger rage flaring up without warning.
Deputies at the logging
The
site.
logging site was a mess. The modular office had been pushed off the cliff. Deputy Thornton climbed up from the wreckage excited, breathing hard from the exertion. Nobody there. It's weird. Don't you think that's weird? Bored, Mulligan let out a mighty snort. Hell, it's always weird, Thornton. Just a question of sorting out what kind of weird it is this time around.
Oh boy. Wake feels the dark presence.
Shadows stirred and the wind picked up as I ran through the forest. I felt the dark presence turning its gaze toward me. Then the moonlight was blotted out by dark shadows that raced violently across the ground, moving too swiftly to be natural. Darkness gathered between the trees and melted again to reveal the taken. No natural path had brought them here. There was
Wake's
no misunderstanding. Cauldron Lake was where Alice and I had stayed, but there was no cabin and no island. I was missing a week. What had happened to me? What had happened to Alice? I had to get her back. I couldn't face life without her.
And those are all the pages of chapter 2.
Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
Ow. Come on. Slowly weathering my way through these birds, but they are annoying to fight. Well, it's slowly whittling down.
You can open the door now. They're gone.
Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
Oh boy.
I sent Barry to town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back. For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
You could always write down your experiences.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour.
I know.
See you soon.
Have a great day. Hope you come back soon. Welcome to the old dear diner.
Good girl.
Poor Rose. Ad break. Take a chance to get more snacks, get something to drink. I will continue after the break.
Pretty please, can you tell me where I am? You want to say something?
Previously on Alan Wake, Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan,
You ever want to see your wife again?
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry. Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her.
You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
Ransom.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was...
Be back in a moment. Take your time to refill your drinks and snacks.
digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff. Let's make this quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird...
I forgot my microphone. That's something I need to get used to now. So, Shady, you have a moment? So we have 3 nightmare pages and 2 normal ones. So the 2 normal ones that I'm missing are the ones beneath Rose visited the dark by the dark presence, and the one underneath that.
stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him.
The one after Rose visited by the dark presence, and the one after that. Here, let me show you. having issues with radiation fever. Well, not, yeah, radiation fever. Gives me a runny nose. Rose touched by the dark presence on the edge of a cliff above the small river gorge after passing the old wooden bridge located near a safe haven. That is so undescriptive. I guess I'll try and find it.
Make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
Walter fights on the concrete pad of the radio mast, located at the top of the mountain above the radio station. Okay. So I need to get to the radio station for that one.
Come on, mister. I'll take you to Rose's trailer.
And then there were 3 nightmare pages, I believe.
Just follow me. It's not far.
You'll have to excuse me, mister, but I am going to look around. Oh,
Listen, I got things to do. This place don't run itself.
Okay, relax. Why do you need to go with me? I'd find it myself.
Yeah, how about that? It was there in the morning, as if it had fallen from the sky. But it would take a tornado to lift something like that. We're damn lucky it didn't crush any of the trailers.
Wake and Night Springs on a tree stump facing the cliff at the right of the path leading to the water tower. Okay. Can I just say, these are annoyingly nondescript where you can find
A
these?
local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Not your
Sure,
fault, it's
Jagger's a
the
local
walkthrough.
The scratching hag comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
Well, mister, this here's Rose's trailer. You mind me asking what you want with her?
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
Let me check something. Okay. Ah, I see. Okay. Getting all these pages is going to become really annoying.
Welcome to... Oh dear. Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Hey, this is really good.
Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry. She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al, what? Oh.
Barry! What? What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on.
Okay.
Back to work, boy.
Also, Shady, we are
I
going
felt
to
nauseous, hungover. Only anger
we are
kept
going
me
to have
going.
to work together for those pages, cause
I can't tell reality from dream anymore.
I also have a video up to help me in case when it's nondescript, cause it is annoying. Like I said, it's not you, it's just I don't like how they're doing collectibles in this game, but that's the only
But it seems
complaint I
I have an
have.
imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jacker. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
Also, lol. Ah, oh, Rose.
Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road. Barry was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
You're right. Deserve more money.
Hey Vic,
So
how you doing?
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's specials? Thank you. Have a nice day. Come back soon.
No, nothing specific. Still the same setup as before. Just having this on a better spot.
My gun and flashlight were gone. I'd have to find a way to get Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste.
Yeah, I'm glad you're liking it. How is League going? Any progress? Are you finally quitting League? Gasp. Oh no, taking a break. I see. Yeah, I can imagine. You've been grinding that game a lot.
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air. Let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. It's all tangled bed sheets and dark thoughts, punctuated by the occasional plunge into nightmare. Is it just me? Well, perhaps it is. But I hope I can make the night a little bit easier to get through. Caller, you're on KBF FM. Hey, Pat, it's Walt Snyder. What's on your mind, Walt? Well, I am the way you are, but, well, I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but, I ain't been making
And how goes working on your game
Well,
then?
you sound like a
Oh,
man with
have a
a
good one, Vic. Hope you can get some rest.
I had a, argument with Danny. You know Danny, and, then I got in trouble with the law, you know, and, I'm just, well... I heard something like that, Walt. Yeah. Well, you know, Danny's my best friend, and, they let me on bail today. And now I'm just alone here at the window, you know, waiting. Man, and there's something in the air tonight, man. I was just outside looking up at the sky above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt? I don't know. Something's gonna happen. You know, I think I better go. Well, Walt, maybe... No, thanks, Pat. Well, good luck to you, Walt. Hang in there. Let's take a little break, folks. This weather's really something else, huh?
How can I be sure
Well, whatever is out here on Cauldron Lake is starting to affect a lot of people.
Oh, you're gonna get it now. God knows what you've done to that poor girl. This is Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest! You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face! Stay right where you are, Slane! What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
I hated to leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake. Come on. Make it easy on him.
Get after him! Don't let him get away! Move it! Move it! Move it! I'll have you shot if you let him get away!
Thank God there are no collectibles along the police path. So let me just... So the pages I'm missing are... Rose touched by the dark presence. Walter fights Danny. So let me check. Rose touched by the dark presence. Okay. Waken Night Springs. Walter fights Danny. So those pages are pretty close to the beginning of the chapter. Then Nightmare, Nightmare, Nightmare. Okay.
Stop running!
Ow.
We have the suspect in sight!
Keep your eyes peeled. He's gonna try to make it through here.
Oh, damn.
This way! Fan out! Whoa! There he goes! I don't see him! Keep an eye out! God damn it! Where did he go? This way! Keep an eye out!
Oh, at least I'm healing.
He's gone. Come on, guys. We need to head him off.
Page. Oh great, is the enemy gonna show up when I am unarmed? Well, at least there was nobody inside.
Nightingale, over.
What on earth is going on? My deputies tell me you fired at Wake and he didn't have a gun. You almost hit a civilian instead. Over.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase. I don't have time for this.
Well, make the time. You can't just go shooting at people in my town. Over.
I'm a federal agent pursuing a fugitive. You want to discuss my methods, Sheriff? Make an appointment. Over.
Stay right where you are, Agent Nightingale. I'm on my way. Out.
Yeah, at least Sarah's sticking up for what she believes. Okay.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
Agent Nightingale, I've lost contact with Wilson when you were assigned to me.
Sure, blame me for what's going on. I gotta be honest, this cop doesn't exactly sound good at his job. Let's go check what's in here. Maybe there's something I can use.
This is James. Mulligan, Thornton, come in. Over.
Thornton here. James, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. Why, they were... Hey, what you... Come on! Sit down and give me that. James, Mulligan here. Over.
Go ahead, Mulligan. Over.
We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of load of scotch about him, you know what I mean? Over.
I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over.
Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both.
Well, at least Barry's going to be okay.
You better get them here quickly. The Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler. Over.
Oh, yeah, I'll bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
How little they know is actually going on.
I could see the lights at the radio station in the distance.
Okay, time to keep moving. Hopefully I can find some equipment soon.
I imagined that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine. Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without light.
Well, this is gonna get interesting.
The old generator conked out. I'd have to see if I could
I'll fix it up just to be safe in case I need to run back. Never mind, I can't fix it up. It is just broken. Shortcut. Just making sure there's no supplies around here. Because it is hard and I want to make sure I'm prepared for whatever lies ahead. But doesn't look like it.
It took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Team 1, come in. Over. Team 1, this is Sheriff Breaker. Report. Over.
Can I respond?
Team 2, come in. I need a report. Over. Come on, guys. Talk to me. Come in, please. Over.
I'm about to fight them without weapons, I guess.
And another call. You're on KBFFM with Pat Maine.
It's Milt Peabody, Pat.
What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's a bunch of police cars there, lots of sirens, a helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yes, sir, like from a pistol. So can you find out what's going on? Because it's just next door and they're popping off guns there.
They're still shooting?
No, it was maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. It sounds serious, Pat. I'm telling you, it don't sound like no party.
Well, I'm certainly going to give the station a call, Milt.
Okay.
You'll hear it here as soon as I hear from them.
Okay, thanks.
Oh boy. This is getting too big and I'm pretty sure Sarah won't like it. Anyway. There's the page. That's one of the pages I'm missing. So the other one that I'm missing is Walter fights Danny. Okay. Which is Walter fights Danny. Not gonna lie, Alan Wake sped up is a hilarious sight. Okay. There's a thermos there. Really? That easy? Did I really miss that? Okay, I guess. That was the one, right? Walter fights Danny. Yeah, that is the one. Okay, I guess. Weird. Anyway. Apparently, the three nightmare pages, according to what I'm seeing here, are all, yep, they're all afterwards. So I can do the nightmares in order. It's just everything else isn't in order. Lithium batteries, flares. I could use more flashbangs.
get to the coal mine.
Oh, hello, Lorna. What do you have for us?
Well, I just don't see why the cops bother with the trailer park.
What do you mean?
It's a trailer park. Of course you're going to have trouble with a place like that. I mean, what do you expect? The sheriff should be helping us normal citizens instead of wasting resources on those people.
That is very cruel.
Let the trash sort themselves out. I'm sorry, but my granddaddy settled in Bright Falls in 1911.
Well, thank you very much for that compassionate viewpoint, Lorna.
Can I be sure?
I love how he's not even seeing this.
Oh, here's a little surprise. The famous writer Alan Wake just walked in. Folks, I'm going to see if I can talk him into an interview.
Come on in. Oh, I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't hurt.
Whoa. Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him.
Judas Priest!
What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
I'll get you yet, even if it kills me. You hear me? You hear me, H.P. Lovecraft?
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine.
Huh, interesting. First time I noticed the train driving. But so, I know this is like for Teets and Shady. I know this isn't like exactly your first time watching Alan Wake, but it is your first time being able to watch it without, seizures and migraine-inducing graphical glitches. What do you guys think so far? Story-wise and gameplay-wise? Curious to hear your thoughts. Because this has always been one of my favorite games. I always thought it was really well made, and I'm hyped to play this continuation. So I got that. And what I need is all the way up there. I hope you're enjoying it. Okay, so with that, I should have all the missed manuscript pages. Yes, so the only ones I'm missing are the nightmare ones, and the first nightmare one is Awaken Night Springs on a tree stump facing the cliff. The right side path leading to the water tower. Let me double check. Ah, okay. So let's go. I will say, just as a heads up for those interested, even if you're going to be able to follow the story better now, the ending is going to leave you with more questions than answers. It did for me initially as well. I'm curious how many of these answers will be solved in the next game. And I guess this was a dead end. That's probably why I never got this page. I must have climbed this for a while thinking it wasn't going anywhere, so I probably just went back down. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm running out of ammo. That's not a good sign. It's a shame those are crows and not bees. Because if those were bees, I could tell them to royally buzz off. I will say, later in the game, I can also get these heavy duty. You mind? I'm trying to say something here. So as I was trying to say, I do hope that soon I can get into those heavy duty flashlights, because those are a lot better and a lot more fun to use. But they only start up later in the game, so for the moment I just have to do it with the normal flashlight. I will say, I do like the concept of this game from a gameplay point of view, where you first have to break someone's shield of darkness. And then you can, and only then can you attack them. Ow.
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
Ah. Wait, do I have to do all of that over again? No, I don't. Okay, that's good at least. So I took that way up. But yeah, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, I do... Really? There we go. Bitch. Oh, that was annoying. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. I think I have that, but I'm gonna go check it out anyway. Okay. Time to move again. Okay.
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan. Alan. I'm so afraid. He keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
Let's take a short break and we'll be back. In the meantime, Shady, do you know what that just was, out of curiosity? So, Hartman, Dr. Hartman, is very fascinated with the entity that is lurking beneath the Cauldron Lake. Those are things that we figure out through things that are going to happen in the future, but things we've also seen in Control. Now, the thing is, Hartman is trying to get to Alan Wake because the darkness that is in Cauldron Lake is fascinated with Wake, so Hartman is trying to obtain power from it through Alan. In order to do that, he needs Alan to cooperate with him. So he has had the person who says they kidnapped Alice is working with Hartman to get Alan to do what he wants. The conversation you just heard with Alice was Alice talking to Hartman about how worried she is about Alan. Hartman recorded the conversation and then cut it up and rearranged it to make it seem like he was talking to Alice, when in fact it's a recorded message cut up. Everything that was being said, if you think about it, if you think about that conversation you just heard, but rearrange it a little and think that she is talking to Hartman about Alan, so at this intersection, I'm not going to give too many spoilers, but at this intersection, it's not known. Although at this intersection in the game, it is assumed that, like I said, you're not supposed to know this. I'm talking about it because we've both played through the game before, story. But at this point in the game, it is not known whether Alice is still alive or not. However, in this point in the game, it is believed that Mo, the henchman of Hartman, has kidnapped Alice. So it is Mo who's trying to make him believe that he has Alice to get the manuscript. Hartman still has no involvement so far. Right now, it's just between Alan and Mo, or Maud, whatever his name is. And Alan is trying to scramble to get Maud what he wants.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me.
But I'm just telling you, she sounded wrong because that was just her conversation with Hartman cut up to make it seem like that she was talking to Alan, but that wasn't the case.
I could see a railway bridge up ahead, and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
But yeah, I hope that helps make sense of it a little. Anyway, before we continue, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in five-ish minutes. See you all in a moment. Hello, and welcome back. So without further ado, let us continue. Excuse me.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Ow.
I hoped I could find a car from there.
Oh boy.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
I might just have to run through that because my batteries drain too fast to deal with those, so it might just be a matter of dodging them.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Let's see if I can duck and weave. No, I am going to have to take care of them.
I could find a car from there.
So I'm just going to have to be super careful, I guess. Oh boy. Oh wait, I forgot something.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Let me try something. Ow. Ah.
I hoped I could find a car from there.
And this is probably where the difference is going to shine between normal and nightmare mode. Those flying objects are annoying to deal with, especially with a normal flashlight.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Oh, great.
I hoped I could find a car.
But that is probably going to have to be the way to do it. Don't stay in those closed spaces to avoid the throwing objects. Then just try and dodge and get them with the light. That's all I can do, really.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path. What the hell?
I think I actually made it out alive, which is impressive. Anyway. The next nightmare page is Wake reads a page. Right before crossing a bridge, take a left and go to some rocks to find the page. If I can recognize the bridge. So, container. Past the container on the left. Yep. Past the container on the left. Okay. I wonder if I come across that radio
As a
soon.
teenager, just started to get interested in writing. Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Okay, so I got a heavy duty, but I don't have the big ones. I'm gonna need a lot of ammo for what I'm about to do. Or for what's coming up, at least. I should keep moving. Oh, yeah, it's starting to get a little more intense. Big spike in difficulty. In light, you can hurt them. More. That's good. Night Springs?
We take the facts of our existence for granted, unaware that they are merely a thin veneer of desperate self-delusion, covering a vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a family occasion. Journalist Alvin Derleth's trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derleth, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition, but you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course, Mr. Derleth.
Well, I guess that's the least what would I have to do?
Oh, here. Let me show you with a kiss.
What did you add?
Oh, Mr. Derleth, you have well pleased Nixie Perka, the dweller in flesh. Your body shall host his 1,000 young, and more shall be glory. Shh, darling, be calm.
such quests always bear fruit. Night Springs.
That particular episode of Night Springs was Twilight Zone meets Alien. Or rather, Twilight Zone meets Alien meets Lovecraft. Because it also has a very Lovecraftian feel to that episode. Well, shit's about to go down. And not in a good way. Ow. Oh. Ow. Well, yeah, like I said, this is going to be a difficult fight. Ow. Ow. Yeah, I'm getting knocked around in this fight. Well, let's go again. Ow. That was an intense fight. But eventually I managed to bulldoze my way through it. I don't care what people say. I'm funny. I'm punny and I'm funny. Anyway, there's more batteries. Sure could use them.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine. The coal mine wasn't far now.
Okay, let me double check something. Okay. Okay, so it is past. So in this part, I need to get to a reach the Mirror Peak lookout.
Today, I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw. Little by little, without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the dark presence was trying to destroy me. It all felt real, but it matched a textbook case of insanity.
Okay. These cars are really difficult to drive. I'm hoping to find the radio because I know that that dude actually apologizes to me over the radio main because he thought it wasn't fair what happened.
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained I encountered a big shot G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass. Not necessarily in that order either. Now, folks, I know I'm not being very informative here, and I apologize for that. I really should just keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now, because some people just shouldn't be carrying badges. And I'm just glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last night is listening, let me just say, I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing. Now, on a lighter note,
There we go. I like Maine.
Nelson all morning. But first, little music.
That's all I wanted to hear. I was also looking for that radio last night. I will say I am concerned about the amount of copyright claims I'm going to have to sort through uploading this to YouTube. Hey Shady, if you are here, would you like to laugh? Do you remember a while back we had a discussion about looking through cars, that you had trouble picking what your new car would be? Well, I have some perfect advice for you, Shady. Let me show you how easy it is to actually get a new car. Look, that is my old car. I like this car. I'll take it now. That's how easy you get a new car.
I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
Also, for the record, this is not actual good advice. This is a joke. Ooh, thermos. In other words, no, I am not telling you to go steal a car. This is a game. In video games, I live to my own rules, which is, if I need a car, I'll grab a car. Oh.
I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me. The new sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me. I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
Wait,
Where the hell are you?
change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big
I'm through being jerked around by you.
Want to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello?
Hello! Ah! I'm gonna kill him!
I had to get to Mirror Peak.
To be fair, Alan, I don't blame you. I'd be pretty pissed too.
Maybe closer than ever before.
Oh, right, I have to go down here. Okay, nothing. Ow. Yeah, more flashbangs. Can definitely use those. The dumb thing about locking me in that train compartment is they can only come from one way, and since I need to direct light at them, they're better off trying to catch me off guard so I don't know where to shine my light, rather than giving me only one way I can shine it and getting ready for them. These beings aren't smart. Okay. Let's see if I can deal with them before I go inside. Without getting hurt.
What the hell? The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
Well, this is gonna be a slugfest. Except I got these. Oof. There we go. Look at them running away. I will say, there is something very fascinating about America. There's something very interesting you guys have. I got you. Anyway, the thing that I'm really interested in that you guys have are doors that swing both ways. Because I've never seen that here. Yes. Do I dare ask what you understood? But yes, doors that open up from both sides, because that is something that we don't see a lot here. Surprise! I'm not gonna lie, Shady. I think I have a pretty good idea of what you thought I said. Should I DM you my guess? That is very true. We do have a lot of those in Europe. Especially because, you know, it's actually not looked down upon here. At least, not as much as it is over there. Whoever is walking on the ceiling, can you stop? Please. You're being obnoxious.
There was no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment.
Let me just have a look around here. Out of curiosity, is Teets here? Sure. Can you start by asking him if in Alan Wake he has seen those splotches of darkness that I destroy with my light? Well, I have something cursed for you, Teets. Darkness so thick Mark and Ethan would chug it. Ad break. We'll be back. Well, we'll continue after the ad break. Give the people a chance to get some refreshments, get some snacks. In the meantime, hello. I am well, I say close. I am over halfway. I don't exactly know how long the remainder of chapter 3 is, but we're making very good progress. Alan sure has it difficult, though. Now he's being chased by the police, being chased by the FBI. He lost his wife, he's haunted by darkness, being manipulated by Emile. Emile being Dr. Hart, whatever. I forgot what his name is. Yeah, he, to be fair, is it a country song? It is about his wife disappearing, but she technically didn't leave him. She got kidnapped. there's also nothing about trucks, really, or blue jeans. I don't even think there's like a acoustic guitar or a banjo. To be fair, I don't think a banjo would fit this game. I mean, yeah, but it doesn't really take a central part of the thematic, does it? But there are trucks, and I think he's wearing... Is he wearing blue... I think he's wearing grey jeans. I don't think he's wearing... I don't even know if he's wearing jeans. I... Might be jeans, might be a different fabric, I can't tell. Well, I do. I've said grey jeans. Also, technically they don't end up grey, they end up faded, don't they? I'm I'm talking about actually dyed jeans that's dyed black or something. Or grey. You see, Shady, you would be right, except Vic has taught me that just trust me usually doesn't end up well. Let me just double check something. No, I don't think that's here.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
What's over here? Issue resolved. Does that look like it? No.
The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
Well, I hope I didn't pass it by yet, but I guess we'll see.
The graveyard shift may cause cancer.
Okay. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's here. Yep. So the next page is right there.
The place was dead. A ghost town.
Now, let me check where I need the other page. Cross the page, cross the bridge, see the sign, go through, train on the right, shed on the left. Okay.
Had been for decades.
Also, if you hear me saying things and it doesn't make sense, it's because a lot of these things are so vaguely described. I'm also using a video just to make sure that I don't miss them. Oh, don't worry, Shady. It's not you not helping. I gave you that walkthrough, which is helpful to find everything, but some of the descriptions on it are so vague and come across so often that I'm also using a video guide. The problem with the video guide is they're not in order, so I need to use both your information and the information from the video just to figure out where I need to go. It's not that you haven't been helpful, it's that a lot of these guides haven't been helpful. Well, no, if I'm being completely honest, it's not even the guides that aren't helpful. It's the fact that this game has a very annoying way of dealing with its collectibles. Especially since they don't make a difference between already collected collectibles and collectibles you have, the nightmare ones. So it's not even you or the guides. It is literally just Luna. I'm busy, girl. Luna, what are you doing? I know you want attention, but I'm busy. Come here. Do you want attention? I'll give you attention. Oh, I guess you don't want that attention. Hey. Put something in your eye, girl. Ah. Can you hear her? She's making those like soft squeaking noises. I thought maybe because she got so close to the mic you'd be able to pick her up. Though the mic would be able to pick her up, maybe not. Yeah, she's adorable. You know. No, Luna. No. This is your site. You know that. Well, the stream is being hijacked again. Ugh, you're tickling me. Oh, silly goose. Silly girl. Luna? Nee, Luna. I don't think she would wear it. She barely wears her little collar. Don't worry. I'm keeping her safe in the wastelands. She's getting everything she needs, aren't you, girl? Little spoiled princess. Little spoiled princess. Mwah. And I think with that I have all the manuscripts, so let's take a look at them while, I'm being...
Mr. Randolph liked Rose. That little smile she had. How she was still sweet when life had tried so hard to make her bitter. It wasn't any of his business what she did in her trailer. But those strangers, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick, looked like trouble. And they'd been in there for hours, way past her normal bedtime. He reached for the phone and called the sheriff station.
The dark presence sleeps.
For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara writing had called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the writer on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
Nightingale in the radio station.
Through the broken studio window into the dark woods. He turned around, started to walk out, but Maine grabbed his arm. "Young man, you almost shot me. You don't shoot off rounds at people like that. What's the matter with you?" Nightingale shook his arm free, marched out. His cheeks burned with rage and humiliation.
Nightingale seems like a trusting fellow, doesn't he?
Sarah trusted her gut, and her gut said Agent Nightingale was an asshole. He felt wrong, and it wasn't just the smell of stale booze. It was in the way he flashed his badge, pulled rank, the look in his eyes that implied answers. Where was Alan Wake? What was this about an accident? Where was his wife? And most importantly, why did she let Wake go? He wouldn't answer her questions. Federal business was all he'd say.
Luna, you're kind of... Wake attacked by a possessed object.
The wrenched itself loose from the bridge's steel framework. Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair, twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage before it flew at me again.
Okay. Wake and the dark presence in the lodge.
I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door. True to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left, no guilt either, not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The dark presence was inside the lodge with me.
Okay. Wake attacked by the dark presence.
Surged towards me, sucking everything loose from the ground into its depths, tugging at my clothes. I saw the flare the kidnapper had dropped and threw myself towards it just as I felt my feet leave the ground. The darkness embraced me with the force of a tornado. Somehow I managed to light the flare. The darkness roared and cast me away. I fell toward the dark waters of the lake far below.
Rose visited by the dark presence.
Rose didn't know how the strange old lady got in her trailer, and she looked wrong somehow. The woman showed her teeth in an approximation of a smile and traced a finger down Rose's cheek. "Pretty girl," she said. Rose felt as if she was falling asleep, but her knees didn't buckle. The crone spoke in a whisper, her words ice dark in Rose's ear.
Rose touched by the dark presence.
Touched by the dark presence, Rose was lost in dreamland where everything was drawn in black and gray crayons. The old lady had promised her that all her wishes would come true. She would be Alan Wake's muse. She was smiling so hard it hurt her face. She crushed a bottle full of sleeping pills into the coffee. Deep down inside, she was screaming in terror.
Walter fights Danny.
He had stepped out, but what stumbled back in was something else. Something alien. A monster. Walter tried to kill it, first with his fists, then a chair. It wouldn't die. Instead, it kept going.
One moment.
After Walter managed to kick it down the cellar stairs, fear took over. He ran, got behind the wheel, gunned the engine. The booze wouldn't make him forget, but he knew he had to try.
Wake attacked by bulldozer.
The bulldozer's engine roared to life. Mud and rocks flew as it fought for traction. It crashed through the concrete wall and landed heavily in the yard. If it were an animal, it would have shaken its head after the impact, fixed its eyes on me, and charged. Of course, it had no head, nor eyes. Shadows crawled on its form, twisting it into a monster. Then, it came for me.
Wake and Night
Even after all
Springs.
this time, hearing the Night Springs theme caused a surge of conflicting emotions in me. It had been my first real writing gig. Barry had known a guy who knew a guy, and suddenly I'd been a semi-regular writer on the show. I'd always been ashamed of the job. Felt it was trash. I'd wanted to be an artist, a novelist. I'd been naive back then. It had taken a long time to learn to be proud of the work.
Oh, so that is something I didn't know. I didn't know he wrote for Night Springs. That is interesting. So a lot of the shows we're seeing are his writing. Sarah in the radio station.
With Nightingale gone and the night wind blowing into the broken studio window, Maine stared at Sarah. The sheriff looked away. Maine's voice shook with barely controlled anger. That boy's doing more drinking than thinking. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah. He's got a sickness in his eyes. You take my word for it. He wants Wake for a reason, and it's not for anything good.
Thomas Zane in love with Barbara Jagger.
When Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jagger, it happened fast. She was young, vibrant, and beautiful, full of life. He had never been a very happy man, and without any seeming effort, she had changed all that. Zane felt good for the first time in his life. Everything she did was another piece of a jigsaw puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been missing. And best of all, she made the words flow, strong and sharp. She was his muse.
Okay. Wake touched by the dark presence.
Some of the taken retained echoes of their former selves, but these were just the nerve twitches of a dead thing. Nothing remained but a shell covered and filled with darkness. In most cases, these bones were enough for the purposes of the dark presence. But for anything more elaborate, as with the writer, it was different. It needed his mind. And so rather than taking him over completely, it merely touched him.
Wake and Barry in the cell.
I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent.
Wake and Casey.
Things were never as simple in real life as in fiction. I had lost count of the times I had wished there'd be a clear reason for my writer's block. Something to fight. Something to lash out on. There wasn't. I was filled with doubt. I was nothing like the hero in my books. Alex Casey had gone through his life with single-minded determination, never wavering from his goal. Even now, I was angry at myself, angry at Alice, angry at Barry. I was fumbling and I had no plan.
What you do have are anger issues. You should learn to calm down, Wake.
Even behind the closed doors and curtains of his grimy room at the Majestic, the local motel, Nightingale could feel the locals' eyes on him, the unrelenting pressure of their judgment. He forced it out of his mind. For all he knew, they could all be under Wake's spell already. You do what you have to do to get the job done. He took comfort from the bottle in his hand. Please, he thought, just let me get through this.
Mott at Cauldron Lake.
All of Stucky's rental cabins. There had been no sign of the Wakes. It was dark when he'd found their car parked at the end of the road by Cauldron Lake. It made no sense. They must have taken a wrong turn, but there was no sign of them, and the car had been there for hours already. Frustrated, Mott stood on the rotten ruin of the footbridge that had once led to Diver's Isle before it sank beneath the waves years ago. The boss wouldn't be happy.
You see, this is where it starts coming to light. The boss is working for someone.
I tried to hold on to Alice, but the thing melted away. I was losing control. Dr. Hartman stood in her place. I wanted to hit him, but my arms were jelly. He smiled. It was a reassuring smile, and I hated him for it. I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period. Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now.
Mod on the ferry.
Spying on the writer on the ferry had been a disappointment. His boss had made Wake out to be something special, but Mott hadn't been impressed. He'd gotten a good long look at the wife, though, and he liked what he saw. Mott had fantasized about goading Wake into a fight, but it hadn't happened. Still, he'd get his chance to see if the writer had anything in him. He'd been promised as much.
There are some disturbing people here. Hunter's taken.
Thick-set men, confident and at home in the woods. They were feeling good, running on beer, ghost stories, and camaraderie late into the night. It did them no good, as they were taken by the dark presence, sucked deep into a darkness far worse than any ghost story they ever told or heard.
Luna, I'm getting close to the end. You're gonna have to move soon.
Examined Barry and Rose. Barry was already recovering. Rose was another story. She was conscious, but she was barely present, almost delirious, disturbed, touched in the head, they used to say. It wasn't the first time Doc had seen someone in such a state, but it had been over 30 years. Doc poured himself a stiff drink. He hadn't forgotten a thing.
Wake reads a page.
Page in front of my eyes and read it. In it, I lifted the page in front of my eyes and read it. In it, I lifted the page in front of my eyes and read it. In it, I lifted the page in front of my eyes and read it. In it, I lifted the page in front of my eyes and read it. In it, I lifted the page in front of my eyes and read it.
I think Wake really likes Reddit. Tor hits Nurse Sinclair.
Flash behind the windows of Calder Lake Lodge. Tor Anderson laughed and held the steel hammer above his head. Nurse Sinclair was trying to calm him down without success. Tor grinned madly and shouted, "My hammer's up. Here's a friendly poke from Molnir, wench." He brought the hammer down with all his might on Sinclair's head. "We're on a comeback tour, baby."
Oh boy. So, Luna, I'm going to have to move you, girl. Just a little bit. Because I'm about to continue playing. Now I need to play until chapter 3. Oh boy. Oh, I got an achievement. Encounter a steam engine, apparently. Bye, Luna.
I needed a key for the door.
Anything outside of writing is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian
He's
presence
really
lurks.
looking unhinged.
I crawl back upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
That must have been a crazy week that he's missed. Oh, hunting rifle.
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
I love how he's actually looking at that message being like, dude, you can't spell for shit.
Birds.
Oh. Ow.
Birds. Without warning, the headache stabbed at my brain. Alice? I'm losing it. I gotta get out of here.
Oh, page. I really hope in the next installment we learn more about this darkness. I'm fascinated by this game and this world.
To make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Man, this is some dangerous parkouring, which is impressive because the dude's a writer. I don't think he gets a lot of regular exercise. Well, to be fair, I don't know if that's completely true either, but still. I should probably reload just to be safe. So, if down's the way to go, what's up here? Another page. Ow. Shortcut. Okay, that shouldn't have happened. Anyway. Where are the birds? Well, we're about to confront the kidnapper. Or at least we're close to. Another page. But all of these I already have because I'm still on chapter 3. I do want to try and get to the next chapter. At least try to. Oh, there we go. Before I call it up, let's see how far we get. That was something. I wonder how much longer before we meet Mo.
I could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat.
Another page.
I was close now. I had to get there fast. I dreaded what I would find. Wait! Are you? Wait! Hey, I'm here! I'm coming! No! Get away! Sorry. Please, it's late. The boss didn't know we were messing with. I didn't know. I swear I didn't.
Well, there you have your answer, Shady. And that was Alan Wake Chapter 3, Episode 3. Alan Wake has some good music.
Previously on Alan Wake, I'm hunted by the law.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase.
Are you seriously telling me that writer just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I was told that Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie.
We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is.
Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
Alan, shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice.
There you go, Alan.
Hartman. I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you're lying.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
Bastard.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
I felt groggy. Whatever Hartman had bumped in me was making me numb. I felt like this was happening to someone else. Someone I was watching on television. I couldn't think. Couldn't focus.
Well, this is where I'm gonna call it up. I think we made some pretty good progress and we're ready to go to the next chapter. Or start up the next chapter. So I think there's about 3 more chapters to go. Because I believe there are 6 chapters. So, but still, it's a very fascinating story. And at the rate I'm going, I might go for an achievement run as well. We'll see how that ends up. For now, let us just take the time and see if we can rate someone. Oh, that's not. Actually, before we rate, I doubt it, but let's see if there's any additional content. Nope, not this time. So this is a good point to rate and call it up. Let's see who's streaming. Oh. Okay. Found someone to rate. So with that, I wish you all a pleasant evening. Stay safe out there, wastelanders. It's a dangerous world out there.